Oh boy.
Ooh, thanks. Enchanted, I'm sure.
Not even there.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Master of beasts.
My quiver and bow are ready.
Loot box level 2 is now dropped from round 3 creeps. Purchasing units not purchased. Units not purchased from the purchase panel and not created in the next panel. Next and next panel. Okay. Alright.
Oh, thanks.
Let's see. Units not purchased from the purchase panel. Created the next panel. Chest piece block now blocks all units in the unit pool, including the backup unit pool. It's all units. The unit pool, including the backup unit pool? Oh, okay.
Always on him.
Eyes up and
It's
shields
Commander
front.
Dresden to you.
That we no grave for you.
Oh, draw ranger. Now only applies to friendly ranged units away from the enemy and increases range damage. Oh, okay, that's good. So it means assassins are gonna be a lot better against them. And stun. Nice. Hit the. 2.5 million. The number of bounces. Wait, oh yeah. Number of bounces increased from 246, 357, and the damage reduction per bounce is reduced to 25. Okay. Anti-mage added passive. Let's see about one.
My
Nice.
arrow pierces the wind.
Kill him.
Axe or fists. It changes nothing.
So each mana becomes added passive effect. Attack does not restore the target's mana. Okay. Oh, I see. That's kind of cool, I guess. What the f- Hey, whoa. Oh man. That's definitely gonna be worse. Okay, Beastmaster, basic attack interval. That's bad. Total wild cooldown increased to 15 seconds. Man, that is a huge nerf. Faceless Warrior, basic attack. Interval is increased to 1.3. Orb of time, radius reduced. Cool. 275, 300, 350, okay. And duration increased. I mean, decrease? Ability conversion maximum has been increased from 15 to... Oh, that's like a good buff. Dang it, man. All right, nice.
My quiver and bow
Some
are
kind of
ready.
I get it. I did get it. Nice. Magic seed, magma tree. Yeah, 15 seconds. That is insane, right?
In the service of Selene.
Oh, they got instead of shrink brain. Nice. That's okay. Hopefully round 20 I get it. Reeky smoke. Duration has been increased 345 to 456. Algorithm has been optimized. Cast before the start of the game.
Trees are not so good with motion, though.
Wait, I thought they increased it. Maybe they haven't put it up. Okay. I haven't gotten any dwarves.
enchanted.
Yeah, next.
Monster kill!
Let's see. We can throw the smoke grenade at his location when there are nearby enemies, and in his horizontally symmetrical direction when not. IO.
I'll just sharpen my spear and I'm ready to.
I've waited.
Time for target practice.
Hmm. Straight up erase that. good. Pretty good.
Faceless void.
Eyes up and shields front.
Purification. Cooldown has changed. 875. Okay. Laser. Base HP is reduced.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Master of beasts. Axe or fists, it changes nothing. Sharper I bite.
I think we lost. Maybe not. Nice, didn't get it off. Nice. Nice. Oh, we won. Lost. Nice. Okay, let's see. Laser. What does laser mean though? Base HP is reduced from 750. Marcy. Who's laser? Trigger the magic damage of the last hit is reduced. That sucks. Wow, that's really good. Good damage. Nice. This is pretty good.
No Slytherin may fail.
Axe grows stronger. In green, I go.
One more round, baby, and hopefully we get it. Bear's just too strong. I'm not losing. Should be. Werewolf. Basic interval is increased. Wolves remain the same. Chen is increased. Oh my lord. Alchemist. Bonus HP is increased. 60. Rich? You mean Lich?
Time for target practice.
Scan.
Master of
Like it's
beasts.
not even there.
Alright. Really? 10% damage increase, yeah. Nice. Boom. Two. But I lost, which means. Okay, wait. Yeah, right, yeah. Moist mango time. Hunters, please. So there are 2 people going hunter. Let's see. More rounds, man. 2 more rounds. Then we go ham. Nice. Alright, let's see. Chain freeze number of bounces reduced. That's a nerve. Cooldown increased 543 to 653. Necromancer was too good, huh? Thunder God's Wrath. Target of lightning damage is changed to the enemy located in the same color space as all Zeus on the chessboard before change. 50% chance of all units. What in the world?
Thanks you.
What in the world? Put 6 here.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks, man. This guy. This guy. Dude.
The battlefield is merely a canvas, waiting for my
Lost last one, so I think we need to win this one. Pretty sure we got this. Summons, nice. Boom, boom. Take away the damage, alright. Yeah, we got it. Undo level 2 is pretty good. Sweet. 4 mangoes. Pretty good. Alright. So, target of lightning damage. Change to the enemy located in the same color. That's what I don't understand.
Always.
Yeah.
My quiver and bow are ready.
Switch you guys. Change it here. Come on, baby, come on. Hit me with the good stuff. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh, you got it off. Nice. Ooh. Okay. Come on. Oh, bruh. Need health.
Enchanted.
My quiver and bow are ready.
What's this then? Some kind of fight?
This dude. Then here. There. Then. Here I go.
I may be faceless, but
But I'm not
maceless.
maceless. Alright. Gyrocopter bombing request. Cooldown increased. Warlock Chaos chest is reduced from 7 to 5. Tide Hunter. Cooldown increased. Oh boy. Interesting.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Time to shove off.
Ada?
Mother of all evil.
1, 2, 3, 4 hunters. 5 hunters. Actually, only 6. Alright. Is there a multi? Oh, can't even tell. Nice. Nice. Good job. RC 2 Snapfires. Interesting. Okay. Ada? Alright, so you
Mother of all evil.
My arrow pierces the wind.
little. You here. And then that's just a good one too. You can see this. Nice. Doing the bars, we're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing it. Used to be at 58, now I'm at 71. Pretty good. Let's see, Enigma Knight Pulse, cooldown increased. Man, there's a lot of things that got nerfed. Okay, so let's see.
Step through the
Need
forest
one
like
more.
it's nothing in there.
Nice. Yeah. Someone's gotta fail soon, right? 5 more rounds. Still 30. If I can get it.
My arrow pierces.
Enchanted, I'm sure.
Oops.
My quiver and bow are ready.
Okay.
Sharper I bite.
Ranger. Alright. I like Brood Mother though, because of the little babies. Alright, let's see what we got. Disruptor, cooldown increased. Man, all the legendaries got base attack power is reduced. Okay, race class up infestation. Read that already. More good mask. And good thing. Good mana regen. Downwind of evasion. That might be good. Percent evasion. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, thank God.
Mother of all evil. Enchanted, I'm sure.
Use more stuff?
My cat
I
thanks you.
guess I see you there. And alright, come on, 4 more rounds, baby. Doesn't seem like everybody else got off to a good start, so good. Nice. Put it in place. My bear. Debating whether it's good having the bear in the back or in the front. Probably better in the front, so we can summon it. Oh well. Made it 2 now. Woo! So we got Girl Ranger almost, baby.
My quiver and bow are ready.
1 more. Should I wait? 200 bonus attack range, physical damage dealt, 10% increase for every 1 square away from the target. Got this guy over here. Priest humans. This guy's done. Oh, someone's got to fail soon, right? Yeah. Ooh. That's good. A necro. Press so monkey. Let's see. Shit. That. Oh, I like that. That's dead.
Here's pus in your eye.
So I got it. Nice. Defeated. Nice. On 2 more rounds, man. All right. Infestation. Chong. Chong. I mean Chang. Chen. Alright, so let's see. When a unit with an infected piece with the same name except Chong dies to the I feel Chong Chess CP's a unit at least. Okay. And the unit with an infected name including John dies to the I feel Chong is. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know about the Chong. Okay. Beast, part of the wild physical resistance that the beast reduces for each attack increases? Alright. Oh man, please don't bug out. Other one's out. Oh, okay, I think I know what that means. Round 30, it's gonna make me go over. So, let's see what it is. Oh, yeah, boy. Oh, and a Adusa. So good. Hunters. No hunters, okay. Just swap it out, right? Let's get you. You and you get this. This. Oh man. Nice. Oh boy, here we go.
My arrow pierces the wind.
Enchanted, I'm sure. I'll just sharpen my spear and I'm ready to go.
I need yours too. Probably should have. Oh well. Yeah.
Time for target practice.
The Honorable Dante Panna. The service.
My arrow pierces.
Master of beast.
Close.
Cat
Okay.
thanks you.
Oof. What's this? Wow. Losing damage. Someone's got me. Alright. Big boost for it pretty soon. Still have this in here. Okay, water loss, so siphon.
My pet thanks you.
There we go.
Time for target practice.
Please. No way, man. Dang, dude. What the heck? And Marana, what the hell's wrong with you?
I bring an end to magic.
Time for target practice.
Time for target.
One more, baby. There we go.
Alright, fight.
Alright. Pull for the last. Here. Is it nice? Alright. Come on. Pretty soon. Right? I should drop that guy. Would be good. This guy. Yes, sir. It's big. It's pretty big.
Damnation rises.
Nice. This guy, dude. Oh, he looks so stupid. Alright.
Siren rises from the deeps.
I think round. Get back rid of this guy. based on the caster level, which is 4. This guy's 6. 6. Alright. Nice. Yeah, I don't think you can beat me. Nice. Good guy. Please. Yes. Dang it, 4%. Alright.
In the service of Salamene.
Alright, now I'm other ones. I would help.
Mother of all evil.
Thanks. Order stuff. So it's kind of nice. So it's Demon Mage. Yeah. Let's go.
No Slytherin may fail.
There you are. Yes, sir.
What I was missing.
Let's see. Like that.
Thanks. Thanks.
I'll get rid of that. Good to go. Easy boot. Easy boot. Let's see. Ooh, thank you. Alright, so Kobold's scattering the duration is increased from 1530 to 3060. Okay. The Keys are back. Elf evasion increased. Oh, nice.
No Slytherin may fail.
That is dangerous. Very dangerous. Okay. Let's get more damage. She's doing tons of damage. So is Sniper though. We got the item upgrade, new combination, disc of Aeon. Yeah. Injury gain, 100% magic resistance, immunity for 6 seconds, and when in danger would be activated once, regardless whether it's on cooldown or not. Huh. Cool. Yeah, dude, magic resistance? Oof. No chance. No chance at all. Summons out. Let's see. You. Nine, so next round. Oh, I should totally put in is this guy, anyways? What does he have? He's the. Oh, he's the other hunter? No, he's the beast. That's kind of scary, actually. Let's see. 800. Yeah, I should have. Oh well. Here we go. Oh boy, come on. Nice. What? He won on his?
Dr. Clinker.
Here's pus in your eye.
He doesn't have magic, so that. Back.
Time for target practice.
So now with the extra buff. Yeah, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's it, baby. That's what we got. Right from round 4.
Here's pus in your eye.
So yeah. Try it again. Let's see. Okay. Combination. Item. Mirror shield, giant's ring. Late armor, 5%, 30% chance. Yeah, autocast. Taunts nearby enemies for 6 seconds and reflects 200% of the damage. Oh, that's really good. That's really good. 4-man shield. Nice. Bloodstone. Book of the Dead. 75% chance to increase the number of summon units by 1. Oh, that's a nerf. I have Scotty. Buff. Trident. When an enemy is killed, the percentage of maximum health damage inflicted to up to 2 units of the same name is reduced from 50 to 30. The percent of the maximum health damage. Vanguard Shield Blood Guard. Physical blocking effect increases from 84 to 104. Okay. Hard to harass boots. Now phantom units cannot generate health regeneration artifacts. Okay. Mock Damwa. The upper limit of the porter's health recovery is, what is Mock Dam? I think that might be Vladimir's. I don't know. 8 to 7. Live message now moves the profile picture in the player list on the right to the left. The message format is oscillated between gaps added between messages sent in a row. Requires an item only when equipped with a unit. Okay, got it. Fixed. Bug. Mini seawater green. Oh, cool. Cool new opening music, by the way. Pretty tight.
Eyes up and shields front.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for all my viewers out there, let's do some commentary. The reason why I chose Mars over any of these other ones first is because I'm gonna get 3 gold. Wait, 2 gold, my bad. 2 gold to purchase a couple of these units out of 4. Might go for Oracle and Enchantress. The reason why I won't pick Witch Doctor is because trolls are absolute garbage.
Enchanted,
Definitely
I'm
that,
sure.
and I pick Oracle because it combos. It's a god, and it combos with this guy. Whereas if I had picked Anti-Mage, it doesn't combo at all. And even though it's not that bad of a piece, it just
Enchanted,
means
I'm
that
sure.
putting these 2 pieces on the board like that, this guy can tank, while this guy will do, instead of it having an 8-second cooldown, it will be a 4-second cooldown, increasing its damage output by 50%. Is it 50%? Or 200%. My bad. 200%. Because he's doing it in half the time, so right here he's going to do it. Boom. Whereas another like 4 seconds would have to pass. Right? And then boom. Alright, cool. So here I'm going to pick Dro, Hoodwink, and let's go with Tinker. No, let's
Ice
go
is
Crystal.
nice.
Oh, that was a mistake then. Right.
Don't touch me.
The reason that was a mistake was because if I would have gotten with a Tinker, I would have had Mech 3s and they would have given me a free roll. Or at least gotten a chance to have free rolls. Anyways, I went with Crystal because I had 2 Enchantresses, and that means if I went Druids, then the mana regen would be good, so their heals would go off, their abilities would go off a lot quicker, stuff like that. But anyways, that's good. 1, 2, 3, get all of these. And even though, yeah, there's okay, so I'm gonna go for Morbid here, energy booster, and another energy. I'll let you know why I went that in a second. But here's where I get rid of these guys, put you in.
Ice is nice.
Why I
My
went
quiver
that?
and
Okay.
bow are ready.
So here I purchased these units because, you know, hunters are really good. Family discounts in the pool, which means but let's see. Didn't get any troll. Like I said, trolls suck. I don't usually go assassins. It's too much. Too much to little. And then Windchild just kind of blows. Nice. Thermostat is really good here. Need to make space on the bench. Might just get rid of the Enchantress.
I'm Rizrak. Don't touch me.
Yeah. Gonna lose this one. Yeah. Alright. Big deal. A little bit more would have done it. Sure. So I got rid of the Enchantress, even though I would have been able to get a level 2 since I'm losing anyways. Might as well keep losing, keep going. And look, I got him anyways. And also, that just means because I had 10 gold, I get 1 interest, so having 2
I'm
Enchantress
sure.
just kind of pays for
This
itself.
one's on me.
I'm gonna throw this guy out there because this gives me 10% chance of getting a piece. I want him to get hit first, so I put him in front. So he accrues mana easily, gets his ability off, drenches them, and then oh man, I lost it for sure. Dang, dude, that is such a good opening for that guy. He's definitely going rampage or something. That's a tough one. Because he's got goblins. Okay. And hundreds are really good because they're low cost units like 1s, 2s, and 4s. 4s is a low cost unit, but what I mean is, ooh, that's tempting. This is actually not a bad idea. Might ditch it. Put that down there. Oh sweet, I won it. This guy. Okay, so it's 1%. Alright. So I'm not gonna get these yet. The reason why I'm doing that is because I'm at 20 now. I want to get the interest, which gives me an extra 2 gold. If I had 30 gold, it gives me 3, you know, and so forth. So it's 10% what I got. This guy's in there. So the reason why I got these items, right? Okay, I'll let you know. Energy booster just gives me mana, right? And then this gives me lifesteal. But if you combine, if you have 2 of these, right, it'll combine into an Necronomicon. Gives you a couple extra units around. Pretty sweet. There we go. Alright. Actually win this one. And boom. Sweet. 3. I almost want to do it. I'll do it. Good unit. Plus, it makes it so I might be able to build the Akir strategy. Akir strategy is one of those where it just pops out units when they die, and I think they recently buffed it, so I'm gonna go. Oh, and they also buffed this guy. They gave him 100 more health, so it's kind of nice. Perfect. And it's gonna proc all that. Yup. Boom. Very nice. I'm gonna buy all these units because I'm not gonna make it to 40 gold no matter what I sell. And that means I'm just not gonna. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have bought them.
Who is that? Show
Ooh.
yourself. I break
Oh, that's really good. That's really good. Oh, I got the hunters though. Sell these guys, buy these guys. I'll go wizard. Well, that's the switch. Oh yeah, level 10. Okay, no, we're fine. I think. I'm not sure. So, hope so. There we go. Okay, that's good. I got that. Oh man, that sucks, dude. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. What are you gonna do, right? Level 20.
Ice is nice. Follow the geomancer!
Try and ditch the hunters. Get there. Beat that. I'm gonna go mages. Storm Spirit's really good. Hopefully I keep getting mages. Or Pandrians or whatever. Boom. There we go.
Night.
I I bring an end to magic.
No, it doesn't matter if I do that.
Is merely a
Only when I roll.
canvas, waiting
It's
for
happy hour.
Guardian of the
Nice, got 3 now. This guy. Yeah, sweet. Marcy Monk. Marcy's really good. Sand King's part of the tier. You. I don't want trolls. Come on, baby. Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Oh boy. What did he get? Family discount. Yeah, that would have been nice. I'm gonna go either mages, pandrins, might even go monks, but ultimately I'll just go cures. Nice. Cool. So damage, so just event. The Brewmaster. I get rid of these guys.
Ice is nice.
Let's start getting more pandrins. Dang. You guys buff.
your minions.
Yes, sir. Nice. Very nice. Yeah. Meatball. But the build. Extras we got. Okay. Tide, Enigma, Gyro. Warlock's good piece for the Akir build. Alright. Guardian of the Flame. It's a weird build. Knights. Let's see. There we go. Sweet. Nice.
What is this? A game of
Everything
some sort?
lies within nothing.
Nice. Even more of these guys. Definitely need to put out some good stuff though. So I'm gonna do this.
Damnation rises.
Put you up there. Pick you out. I don't know if I'm gonna win this. They're pretty strong units though, with high armor. Nice, that helps a lot actually. Yes, dude, we did it. Holy smokes.
Give him hell. Cheers! This one's on.
Nice.
I live to drink another day.
Sky. Sky.
What is this? A game of some sort?
Oh man, that sucks, dude. Sweet, dude. Nice. Got this one. Oh. Very good.
It's happy hour.
Guardian of the Flame.
Sweet, dude. I'm getting good pulls. Alright. Get you, get you. Shoot back on the bench. I don't know if, I mean, Doom's cool and all, but Guardian of the Flame. We need all these guys. Ogre Magi is not what I need, so I'll take
This
it.
one's on me.
Oh, he's got it. Nice. Oh, good Doom, by the way. Oh, I still got that, so that's good. Woo! Pulls, 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 pulls.
Your minions, my few. Guardian of the Flame.
Orale.
Greatness in small measures.
Nice. Sweet, dude. That's really good. Let's hit a little bit. Get some mana. Alright. Hit. Oh. And boom. Oh, dude, that is tight. Oh, man, that's why you love Storm Spirit, dude. Alright, made it to round 20. 68 health. Pulls, 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 pulls.
Guardian of the Flame.
Oh.
hurry pain.
Oh man, things are going well. Alright, Put this in there. Here and here. Yeah. Probably gonna get the razor. Probably just gonna go mage then, because no one else goes mages at all. Ever. What are they going with? Knights. Some other thing. Sweet, dude. Oh, close. Alright.
I bring the spark of
Hit me. No?
This one's on me.
So I have 3 mages out in the field, so that puts my output much higher. Higher, higher. Always playing over. Let's see, alright. Yeesh. Nice. Chain.
A landslide.
Ooh, family discount. Shroud.
surprise. Well, blow me
Oh.
down.
Oh, double duels, huh? Alright, dude. There you go. The reason why I did that is just because you start getting interest at 40, plus I get 2 Storm Spirit units out there, which is freaking bomb. Nice. Oh yeah. Nice. Mucho good. So Mako, what's he got? He's got level 2, level 3s.
Where's the party?
The terrestrial sphere
Oh, so
imbues my
close.
spirit.
Okay, I'm gonna keep some of these guys.
Guess we better.
And the Lena.
When you play with Lena, you tend to
We
get
get
burned.
3 side 3 mages, so for what we have, get 6 in a bit. Black Razor. My digits doing so. Oh man, I think I lose. Not bad. Nice, it's a good hit. Oh yeah, they got hit for that. Nice. Ah, this stun sucked. More pulls though, more pulls. Another Earth Spirit, please. And storms.
Who's that handsome guy?
This one's on me.
Alright.
How about
Gives up some
another
space.
round?
Spring
Side.
its face when I'm around.
Bitch, really. Might ditch this guy. Even go shamans, but I'm not experienced enough for that. I want to keep her. Oh yeah. Ooh. Pre-patch, he totally would have got that summon off. His channeling speed is a lot slower now. By 50%. Black Razor. Hoping to get mage.
Who is that? Show yourself!
I break like
Oh,
the wind.
almost.
Guess we better.
Chew. Actually, I think I'll just do this.
When you play with Lena, you tend to get
Close.
burned.
Ditch, let's see. Probably crystal, because she scales
This
less.
one's on me.
Nice. Oh, where's my zippy zaps? Oh, that's pretty good for me right now. That kid's also running nice. Yeah, he's got 6. Pulls. Nope. And no pulls. Let's try and get one of these guys.
Ice is nice.
I ride with the light.
This is great. Doom. do want Doom 2.
Damnation rises.
I should have done that instead, but I do. Oh man, I don't have enough damage, dude. I don't have enough damage. Yeah, I should have done that. Oh well. I got rid of Doom, get a couple mages in. Oh well. Pulls.
Your minions, my fuel.
Terrestrial sphere
Oh,
imbues
just
my
roll
spirit.
the freaking guy, man.
I bring
Good idea.
my power surges.
You. Are you in there? Oof. Guy's strong. Wow. Desolator, Mask of Madness. Yep, we'll master up and lean actually. Good.
Here is happy hour.
Guardian of the sphere imbues my spirit.
So freaking close. And get some pulls.
I ride with the light.
Man. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of the Ender Spirit. Even though he does good damage. Razor. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of him. Just wish I get another Storm, dude. Stormwood. Awesome.
This one's on.
Come on, for sure. I gotta get something. Nice, there we go. There we go. Actually,
Guess we better.
Yep.
you got Sleuth. Nice. Dang, Storm. I should give it to her. Pulls, baby, pulls!
Monster kill.
Give me something good, sweetheart. An Earth Spirit or a Storm would be nice. Nothing, dude. Alright. Nice, that's good. Three tomes. Okay,
Nice.
Thanks.
this guy over there. He survived long. Nice. That's good. That's good too. Yeah. Alright, that's cool. Oh, please. Ah, so close. Not really. Happy hour, happy hour, happy hour, happy hour.
Everything lies within nothing of the flame.
Oh.
Ice is nice.
Alright. Can I even do 9 mages? Puck. Puck and dragon. Oh. This guy. Thank you. Oh, nice. That's not good. We lost. Oh boy. If what's his face would have gotten this thing off. It worked. Oh well.
Your minions, my fuel.
Well,
Yes, dude, that's awesome.
and hurry pain.
Shrink. Thanks, man. Alright, so do it. Get rid of this guy. This guy. Oh. Just 3 panels. Alright. Just don't kill me, whoever it is. Maybe I should switch these. Yeah, I should. Yeah, this guy's no trouble. Right? There we go. Oh man, dude, that guy's thick. Real? Get him. Nice. Here we go. 2 storm spirits, baby. This is what I've been waiting for. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. That and text speed, sure. Bring it out, nice. Alright, alright. Mr. Rose gonna make out of it. So far, so good. We're going against the big chungus. Alright. Oh man, we're getting hammered, dude. Ah, that sucks. Alright. Just gonna try for a keeper, I guess.
Where's the party?
The terrestrial sphere
Orale, here we go.
spirit, and so my legend begins.
Sure.
I thank you.
Alright. Balls out. Balls out. Oh, Lord, that That's not good. Nice, nice. Okay. Nice, we did it. Oh man. Top 4, baby. Yeah, I need like a warlock to combat that. No? No pulls, huh? 4 Pandrins and no pulls. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I don't think this is that scary. I just beat that guy. He's not. This fuck. Wait. Oh, dude, I think I'm gonna kill this guy right there. And that's the guy. I lost like 16 health last time. Yeah. Oh, are you serious, bro? Rush against shamans. Yo, what the heck? That kind of sucks. Um, 1, 2, 3.
Axe or fists, it changes nothing.
Okay. So out of these 3, like I said, trolls are trash. So I'd rather go for an axe, spirit breaker, tinker, disruptor, warlock, invoker, gyro, tie. Max are really strong in the early stage, so if you can get 3 of them, that'd be really cool. Spirit breaker only because it's an assassin. But Brewmaster, reason why I did that is because Brewmaster 10% chance of summoning units, and if I have an axe on board, it has 10% chance of getting me an orc, which would net me any one of these. Or just another Pandrin, which is fine too. More Pandrins, the better. I can go full shamanist this round. If that's the case. So, put your hands together for a prayer, baby. Okay. Definitely want Beastmaster and
Bleep, bloop. I am a robot. Yeah, just kidding.
no pull. Of course not. Alright, throw that guy in there. It's in the middle because I think the build takes the most damage. Druids are good too. Druids are not bad. I figure if you just keep getting druids, to be honest, you get them the highest level faster, or highest ranks, I guess. Alright, cool. Let's skip this for sure. This guy, because he's an elf. I mean, whatever. Might as well skip this as well. No pull. Enchantress, dang, I'm getting druids up the butt. Yeah, why not? Actually, yeah. See what we can get out of this. Mentality boost is good because there's changing to a bunch of things. Let's see. Morbid plus Blightstone. This is for summons, so it's not bad. So him. That sucks. Kill her! Nice, thank you. Oh, get the dot now. Nice. We'll get the 2 spirit breakers. Nice, Enchantress level 2, baby.
My spear and I'm ready to go.
350, hundreds, and alright.
My arrow pierces the
Sure. Nice. Oh, okay. Crystal Maiden, huh? Yeah, this is pretty good. Bad start. Dr. Clinker. Let's get these guys. Get these guys.
Bleep, bloop. I am a robot. Yeah.
The 7 X are pretty good. I got rid of a couple of them in the beginning, but whatever. These are on hold because they're elves. I could go for elves. One of them's going creature though. But there is no lasers, so that's good for me. These hunters. That sucks. Oh, that was good. Nice. Gave him Summoning Stone because it gives him gives the monsters he summons more damage and health. By the way. Nice, I'm winning. I think we're gonna stay level 4 for a little bit. Nothing there. So I don't want to level up yet, cause actually I wanna streak. Peace. Let's do that. Just see if we can maintain the streak. If not, then it wasn't worth it. But I usually wanted to stay lower levels because that helps me get lower level monsters first, which could translate into, you know, better pieces like getting more enchantresses, getting more Furians and stuff. So you'll see here the piece chances, like 40% chance for level 1, 35 for level 2, and so forth. So by going up level, I introduce the 2% chance of getting 4 cost pieces, which I don't really want, but if I do get one and it's a druid, then that's actually really good. So you never know. It's all with the chance. Actually, you know what? Let's ditch these guys. Get interest. Oh, what? I got a pull? No way, dude. That's really good. Just you. Keep 2 orcs and get the pandrons going. Let's see. I mean, if I dished all these guys. Oh, I might have lost this one. Oh, crap. Nice, you got away. That's good too. From your guy. Nice. Yeah, that's a problem. Like, a real problem.
Nike. Here's pus in your eye.
Ice is
It's
nice.
not good, so. Druids. Get those guys out of here. The reason why I have these orcs, they give you plus 100 health to all units. Enchantress, just because you just got the heals. The 2 pandrons, because it gives me a higher % chance of getting the things that I want, or like getting pulls, I guess. Like a gotcha box. Nice, we got 1 unit. Shadow Shaman. Oh, I got the heal off. Sweet. That advantage much. Want any of these pieces, legions, whatever. Yeah, no. We want one of these. If I can get more druids, that'd be cool. Still 90%. No pulls. Yeah.
Step through the forest like it's not
Actually,
even there.
1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh, it's a creep round. Oh.
Juggernaut stands ready.
Right? But this time we're actually fine, I think. So we got the Enchantress, which is, and then we got the yeah, pretty sure that's good. Nice, nice. Got the summon. Got the big guy out. Nice. Yeah, ooh, family discount's good. So is Galler's Master's Key. Yeah, let's do that. Anything to help with the money? We'll pull. Go to you. Got rid of him so I get the 40 interest gold. You only get 1 gold if you win around, so that would only been 39. Ah. These puppies. What's this one? Oh. Ah, it sucks.
No
Oops.
Slytherin may fail.
Someone lost their streak. Pulls, 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 pulls.
Well,
Nice, man. That's a good one. And Marcy is good too. She is good. I want to get to 6. 6 would increase my chances of getting the lone druid. If I ever did get one. Gonna wait till round 15 though, I think. Nice. Summon the thing. Boom. Alright, let's go, let's go. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Nice, popped it. Pull, pull, baby, pull. Nice, dude. Alright, ass goes stronger. Maybe throw out a... Oh, do I want 6 now? Yeah, I do.
When you play with Lena, you tend to get
We can get go mages. There are a couple mages to get this game, so might not be a bad idea. So this guy is going to lose streak. Saving for something. He's got lots of money too. Debbie just hit the wall. She never had gotten any druid since then. Just kinda sucks, but what do we do?
Happy hour. This one's on
Nice. Alright, so that's where I can have to pick and choose. I got the Orc Priest as well. It could go kind of actually. Lena's not compelling enough yet. Actually, yeah, she's not.
In green, I go. On my way.
Okay.
My faithful join me.
Maybe there's the hindrance soon if I don't get it though. Ow. Ow. Nice, dude. Ah! Slag, you son
Who is that? Show yourself!
The Stonecrafter comes.
Whoa, dude. See, this is what I'm talking about. That means that's 4 orcs, so I'm gonna put you in. Get you out of here. You out of here. This guy over here, but yeah. So everybody gets a ton of XP or each HP XP. Yeah. Nice, nice. Summon, baby. Yeah. Damage. Boom. There we go. Summon, baby. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Nice. I have another staff.
Guardian of the
Dang, dude,
Flame.
I'm gonna. Okay. Could go mages, but for now I can go orcs. Get rid of this green. Stuff works on the floor. Yeah. No, yeah, that's good. Two. Hey. Three, two, one. Ah.
I
This
ride
guy.
with the light.
Nothing. Alright. 1, 2, 3. And I got rid of the crystal. Alright. Got in there. You. Humans, huh? Interesting. Not humans, huh? Then. Nice. Not bad, huh? Not bad.
I
This guy.
bring the spark of
This
death.
guy. Nothing. Oh, we got Kunka. Got a Kunka. Alright. So we're reserving mages, right? Think. So the other orcs I can get Juggernaut and if I'm lucky I'll get an Orc Warlock, but I doubt it. That guy is still. Dang, man. I mean, he's being old, right? He's only a 7. Rather strange. Come to my window. Still nothing. What is wrong?
Guess we better.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna go with 8 soon. It will give me a chance to get legendaries. I need to go for Kunkka. Get to level. Yeah, for round 20, I'm definitely gonna go around level 8 or something. Ooh, mage. Human mage. This guy's scary. Nice. Nice. Good, 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 good. Oh, no, run, dude, run. No. Lost. Pulls.
It's happy hour. This one's on me.
Oh, finally.
How about another round?
That's it. One, two. Oh, sweet. Yeah, see, that's. Yeah, make him go first. Still get the orc buff. And Chen will summon. soon, sometime.
Hands or fists, it changes nothing.
Okay, that's a good one. Nice. Link dagger, huh? Time for a bonfire, man.
Who is that? Show yourself!
Guardian of the Flame.
Dragon Knight's good, Demon Warrior's good. What? Should I do? Link for Disruptor, maybe? Oof, I think I lost this one. Oh, that sucked. What the heck? Grants gold anchor XP, which is really good. It's multicast? No multicast.
Guardian of the
Oh yeah, boy.
State achieved.
When you play with Lena, you tend to get burned.
Oh, +3, okay. I should give it to Chen instead. Chong. Remember the Chong? Remember the Chong. Oh, that's good. Hit it. Nice. Come on, Chang or Chong. Orale. We got the rampage. Brewmaster? Very nice. Three. Pulls, baby. Pulls, baby. Pulls.
Guardian of the Flame.
Guardian of the Flame. So, just Monk actually might be nice because of all the. Let's see. 14 XP. So if I lose this round, which I kind of want to. Yeah, I'm not losing this round. That's what it should do. You know what health I can get. This guy's still losing, but it missed. Dang it, dude.
Everything lies within nourishing sphere warms my spirit.
Oops. Shamans. There you go, shamans. There are Wark Ardens. Arc Wardens. You know better than Kunkka? I like Kunkka's stun, but that sucks. Ding ding. There we go. Static shock. Get the Chen summon. Boom. We're in it. Yeah. Ooh, and done with my brother. Ooh. Nice. Alright. Nothing. Okay. Let's go here. No. Should have given the blue to him and the lights to him, but oh, what do you
Ride with the light.
Dude, man, you had all the time in the world to throw that boat out, but you didn't. So I'm really sorry about that. Dominant Chan. Yes. No. Sure.
Where's the party? I bring
Yes,
the
dude,
wind,
that's
hurricane,
awesome.
And hurricane.
That's awesome. Yes, two. Alright, I'm gonna give him 2. Wait, what? Oh.
Ice is nice.
Now, let's go with you guys. Big dude. Oh. Storm, you're awesome, dude. Machina. Yeah, come on. Ah. Dang, that guy's tough. You think you're tough? Oops. Oh, Tide Hunter. Oh boy. The time to switch out of orcs yet?
My faithful join me.
Oh, I don't know, but that's a Tide Hunter, man.
The hunter feasts.
Tide Hunter. Gyros, almost good.
Get your rollers running.
Oh,
My faithful join
shit.
me.
Yeah, bro. Oh, that sucks. Why aren't I getting any? Oh boy, dude, this guy massacred me. Just, oh my god. Let's see. What? Dude, Nina. Oh man. Okay. You just got the demon, aren't you?
Ooh, who's that handsome devil?
This one of God.
Who's that?
Ice is nice.
I think I have enough damage. Yeah, I'm gonna get you guys. You guys suck. Thank God. Nice, got it off. Yes, sir. Could be worse. That's pretty good. So. Nice. 9 XP and 9 gold. Ridiculous.
Where's the party? Guardian of the Flame.
Free money, baby. Okay. So I need to win this one, right? Let's go here, here. Those have separate things, you know? Not sure. Dang, dude, that last thing saved me, man. Oh my god.
Your minions.
Show yourself!
Terrestrial sphere.
Nagas. Nice piece. So 1, 2, 3. Huh. Shaman? Should I go shaman? Alright.
My faithful join me.
Alright. Come on, baby. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. Lost. Yeah. Alright, let me get it. Oh, let me give me XP, dude. Sucks.
This
When you play
one's
with
on
Lena,
me.
you tend to get
The hunter.
Nice.
Time to shove off.
I ride with the light.
What is this? A game of some sort?
Zet is the self, and the self
Okay.
is Zet.
I ride with the light.
Yeah, that works. I like that. Come on, kill him! Oh. Oh, gyro and an elf mage. Okay, let's get rid of you. Mage out there.
For me.
Get the gyro.
Get your rotors running.
Chen. Chen is really good.
My faithful join me. We better.
Yep.
No. I can just get.
Behold the scourge of Israel.
Should have thrown the other gyro in there instead of the invoker. Huh. Oh boy. These guys are gonna tear me apart, aren't they? Oh, I'm not getting any mana, dude. That's the sucky part. That sucks, dude. I need to Sweet, dude, give me your stuff, please. It's a mage.
The time has come for me.
Gyro.
My totality eclipses the cosmos.
We have oh boy. Oh yeah, that feels good. Feels really good. Nice. I'm not going to double chin.
Guess we better.
Oof, that's better. Not sure. Oh, I lost. Nice. Okay. I still lost. 16. Oh, I didn't have 10 pieces on the board. Ah. Didn't have 10 pieces on the board, man. The client. Little bug, huh? File. Yeah, this guy. Guy definitely is a bombs. Spammer. Ooh, my favorite. Change. gonna grab this guy, and this guy, which like
Eyes up and shields front.
ours is a good first pick because of his damage output being bulwark. Shamans are in play, so it's warlocks. Pure shaman warlocks would be pretty good. Hunters, there are no lasers this game, or streak would be nice, whether it's win or lose. Especially dealing with Cheerios. Let's see, Chiaroscuro. Interesting. Let's do Tinker.
My quiver and bow
Alright.
are ready.
Alright, so these guys combo. They're 2 gods, which means reduces all cooldowns by 50%. So it's 8%. His 8 cooldown is turned into a 4, so his damage output is double. Alright. Even though I have 2 inch weapons, it's not particularly a good unit, so here, the stronger unit is the tiny. Tank, and he's got good damage. Grab the Winter Wyvern. Yeah, I didn't grab the Winter Wyvern because it's just such a weak unit. Its ability is only defensive. There's no damage output to it. Even though it's a dragon, the dragons you get early on in the game, like Puck and the Assassin, like it's really rare to get those.
Ice is nice.
I pick these because, you know, obviously double, I get a rank 2, and the Crystal Maiden is a better mage than just it. Oh, percentage good here. I'm gonna get rid of these 2 because they're
Ice
worthless.
is nice.
I get the Crystal Maiden. I don't really like going Tauren Assassins at all. Like that, so
I'm Rizrat. Don't touch me.
this guy in there. Let's go. Oh, I got 2 priests, so I probably am a streak, depending on the outcome. See, this is Wyvern level 2. 95, 0 armor. Pretty fast. Boom. There we go. He's gonna do his thing soon. Yep, there he goes. Ah, nice, he's dead. So you can see, even with the freaking... There we go. Even with it being level 2, it's just not really that great. Although it is healing, which is really annoying. Hey. Nice. Pretty straight. Look at that. Terrorblade and Demon Hunters, huh? It's too risky to go Demon Hunters, though, but I am gonna level up. Let's go.
I bring an end to magic.
Anti-mage is good just to shut down any of their magic users. Anything that creates mana, like this guy right here. Watch, see? Boom. That's good. That is why I picked what I picked. Corner that bastard. Look at that, dude. And I've got a Tinker, so I'm gonna get the double Tinker and another anti-mage probably. Even though Juggernaut's
I bring
good,
an
you know, I
end to
just
magic.
don't get enough of them. Another Mars would be nice. There's no running in Elden Ring. Yeah. Haven't been getting much of Huntress, so I'm gonna get the Mars instead. Okay, that's good. Oh, they got necro. Lost. Another one, and so very good. Ours is doing work, dude. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of 2 crystals because that'll give me the interest. Sweet, that turns off. I'm not sad about not getting the Crystal Maiden level 2. She doesn't have any active abilities, only passive, so. Last time did it, guys. So let's see. So here we go, energy booster. Vitality. Oh, I almost got it. Yes, let's do physical resistance. Okay. First loss. Magi. Axe. Going round 8. This guy, give this to this guy. Haven't got any new battles, so I think I might just ditch him. Plus, battling's not even that great. 5 seconds, duration 10 damage, over 250. Yeah, it's actually not bad. Might ditch. I'll probably just ditch the SMH. Boom. There we go. Nice. Okay, yeah. That was such a good hit. Timbersaw did a ton of damage too, actually. Ogre Magi is kind of cool. Might go damage. Yeah. Hopefully it's good too for for the god build, if that's what I'm going.
My suit should
Here we
keep
go.
me comfortable through all of this.
You. Now. If I win, I'll get rid of these guys. Lose, I'll buy some stuff. I think I won this one actually. Yeah, that's actually really good. 3, 2, 1, and damage. It's good. Bonk. One, two, three. Te quito el mago. Anti-mage. Oh, yes, that is good. Good. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. So this would chase him. Nice.
Ice is nice.
I can buy the Crystal Maiden because we get 6 gold from this round. Not playing right now. I think the trick, but I'm now noticing a little bit of lag. I never installed the Reaver, so I just need to reevaluate. Let's see.
Try to outsmart me and
Oh,
you
yeah,
just
ooh,
end up
Curiosity, not Monopoly or Shroud, I think. Yeah. This just doubles whatever I'm getting streak-wise. Win streak or lose streak. And I think it should also give me an extra 1 for round. I got 10 that round. And I leveled up. This.
What is this? A game of some sort?
Actually, you know what? I kind of want to do some strolls. One and two. Freaking Naga, dude. It just wakes up and zaps his fuck. It's funny. Alright. Plenty of thinking about what Reba have live screen. If so. Q. Wait, Q. Right. Wait, how do you spell Q? Q. It's E. E. Yeah, how do you spell Q? Q E. Q. Alright, never mind. Did I get that wrong? Cute. How do you spell cute? Q E U E. Oh, cute frames. Get him. Alright, so I lost, but oh man, he had. That's it. I'm telling you. Fuck. That bit is golden. You know. Ooh, nice. Hey, oh, okay, there we go. Having this guy out there is actually kind of pointless. That God's going right now, anyways. This guy.
Thanks.
Yeah. Down 2 seconds. Take this. Go. 2 second cooldown. Nice. Actually, that's way better for me. Douche. Timber saw with the 2,000 damage, man. That's awesome. Yada yada yada. God. That warrior, ooh, Pudge with that is really good. Can't wait till the metal comes in. Man, this guy's buff. Okay. Ah, it sucks, dude. song sounds boy. Got it. Nope. Oof. You go hunters. I don't really want to go hunters. It's a good item.
When you play with Lena, you tend to get burned.
Yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about. Let's try that theme again, dude. Sick. Mama?
Mother of all evil.
Actually, you know what? I should do this. Oh yeah, we got things. Put on damage, that's it. That is so sick, dude. It's we do have a win streak going, so that's cool. Does anybody have assassins? No one has assassins, so that's good. Song is so tight, dude.
Dr. Clinker. I'm Rizrak. Don't touch me.
I lost. Oh, but I didn't have the strings for that. War priest.
My faithful join me.
So good, so good. Oh, didn't realize this guy. What the heck? Let's see what we got. Grace Nature's good. Take my treasure. Dang, someone already removed that, huh? Crazy nut. That guy in there. These guys. Okay. Now I'm level late, suckers. Send it up. Damage. Bullets. Nice. Multicast. Is a bit. Keep it. Oh, that was tight. So good. All right, let's roll for something
My
good.
faithful join me.
Check this one out. Ooh, boy. Bruh. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, they changed the. Crap. Yeah. You know that is. That's so good, dude. Nice. Nice. Good job. 80%. No.
Prior utterances.
Feel
Feel the earth shake.
the earth shake. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, nice. What?
Enchanted, I'm sure.
When you play with Lena, you tend to get burned.
Let burn.
Beautiful. Boom, 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 boom. No, why would you do? Oh my god. It's over. Oh, dude, if he would have just put it on the other one instead of doing the idiot.
I just sharpened my spear and I'm ready to go.
Bum, 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 do, 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 do. So good, dude. Yeah, full beast. Sure. Need to get rid of the team guys though. They're not very good.
Dale a like y suscríbete. Bienvenido al mundo de Orión.
My power surges. I bring the spark of death. Eyes up and shields front.
Enigma, keep it coming, baby. Oh boy. Oh, excuse me. Are gods even in this game? Nope. Not at all. Trash. 1, 2, 3. It's over 9. Wait, what? Why does he have a... I don't understand. Why does he have a 12-second cooldown? That's not right. So he got 6? Oh, because it's elemental. Oh my... retard. That it matters for... No. This sucks. Let's do that. Nice, that's a good summon. But it's not.
The battlefield is merely a canvas, waiting for my brush.
Guess we better.
Yep.
The hunter feasts.
Get it. But the negative's gonna have a lot. What was that?
Eyes up and shields front.
The good mage. The
battlefield is merely a canvas, waiting for my brush.
Is set.
Got that guy, I guess. Oh wait, I don't have any razors. So.
I bring the spoil made flesh.
Oh, no way, I got some money. Why only 4? Oh, eliminated. Oh boy. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. On you. You're out. What are you doing? You.
I'm grateful
Oh,
to you.
wait. Oh yeah, that's fine. Get 3 enigmas. Get the tide. And God. Oh man, I'm getting my butt whooped, dude, for real? That badly? Dude. Lord. Ah, son of a... The beast, dude. Sucks. Top 4 again, though. Not sure if I should.
Eyes up and shields front.
Invest. Putting this guy, making level 2. See the one level 2. 0.5% percentage health. Yeah, 5%. But like here. Alright. 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 Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. You daddy. Come on, move months. Oh, dude, that's so much damage. Oh, but they. Yeah, he's the beast guy. No, he's the beast guy. No, he's not. Is he? Even quicker. GG's.
Spirit breaker. Station space-time. Kills 9. 10% for 6 seconds. So the duration isn't affected at all. I think we got another one on. What is this? 15-second interval. Yeah. Could be a second session. 7 seconds. Huh. That's around 35, so that's good. Okay, we did something with this. Okay. Alright, then I can do a little magi. Yeah, the Razor, because if I could get this down to a 7-second cooldown, that's actually pretty good. There we go. Dude, that is nice. Okay. Don't need one, that's it. I need just Alright, so with the god.
The
wizard.
is merely a canvas.
And god. God, please, God. That's an Arc Warden.
Set is the self, and the self is I'm grateful to you.
Hopefully I don't face the beast man.
Oh, it's the shaman, dude. Seconds. Oh, dang it. GG's. Top 3. Be right back. Taking a piss break. Brave, but offline mode. Oh, hell are we in offline mode? Brothers? Brothers are pretty good. The thing about Doom, dude, they got it. They got the fixes going, dude. No internet connection. Oh, shit, what the? Wait, what? Connected?
There you are! Back from your adventures? Jane versus Anduin.
Light makes right.
My sorcery will prevail.
Armor! Armor! Lightly used armor.
All right, what's up, guys? We're back with another one here. Now, as you might be aware, I was a bit sick last week, the week before. I had corona, man. I was out of commission. I couldn't make any new YouTube videos. Unfortunately, the timing could not have been at a worse time because there's a lot of big FGC news, a lot of big FGC updates, and the biggest one, I think, of course, we got Street Fighter 6. Now, the game wasn't announced. The game's been announced. We knew about Street Fighter 6 for a damn year now. So this is not a big announcement. I don't know why everyone got really excited about it, but yes, we had the first in-game footage. I don't know if it's in-game footage or not, but you know, I'm a week late, 2 weeks late. I don't even know, but screw it. I'm gonna talk about it too. All your favorite influencers already did it. It's my turn now. But like always, before we get into it, hit the sub button, man. Let me get that 100K in 2022. I think with Street Fighter 6, with reused feet and veiny ass arms, I think we hit 100K. I think we can do it. So yeah, help me out. But yeah, of course, for some reason, if you're living under a rock and you don't know what's going on or what went on, Capcom put a countdown timer. Remember this? They put a countdown timer, what was it, like 1 week in advance. So everyone on the internet, every video game player, anyone who's ever played a Capcom title was super hype and like theory crafting. What's it going to be? New Monster Hunter. Oh my God, what do we got? We have a new Phoenix Wright's coming out. Oh, new RE's getting released. It's going to be insane. So everyone was super hyped up, like a brand new announcement. What's it going to be? And it was something that we already knew about. I didn't expect anything, and somehow I was still disappointed, man. Somehow I was still disappointed by this. So let's just watch it. Let's just watch it together. You've already seen it. I know you've already seen it, so you already have your opinion if you're super hyped about it, or you're let down like I am. But let's just watch. This really made me feel not old, but just like, I think this sealed the deal for me. Oh my God. All right, so here we go. All right, so immediately after the first second, we already know it's Street Fighter, but it's like, my first take, right off the bat, I was like, wait, I don't like this. This is super realistic, right? This shit is super realistic. I can see, well, he's got his nipples in, what is it, 4K, baby? The best part comes right here, though. Oh my God. Watch the little toe curl. Watch the toe curl. He's wide as hell, by the way. He's wide as hell, man. He looks like me. That's how I look in real life. I take this jacket off, man. They say he looks like the Hulk. I like when they show his face, though. When we get to his face later, it's even better. But you're like, all right, it's Ryu, Street Fighter, blah, blah, blah. Then this little shit shows up. He looks like Leffen, man. It's Leffen.
All right, you ready?
Right there. So I got to pause here. I have to pause at this specific frame right here. When I saw this live, I was like, what the this single frame, I think this is like this is horrible. This is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. The meaty ass paw, it looks like a chicken wing, dude. It looks like a chicken wing, right? Grab it by the bone there. It's all veiny and everything. He's got that little smirk in the background. He's got the nice hair, though. I'll give him the hair. That's the one thing I will give you. The hair has improved from Street Fighter 5. You know, the octopus veins he had. He's got a nice head of hair now. I'm hating. I am hating on the hair. I wish I had hair like that. I will say it before you guys call me haters. I'm a hater, but his hair is improved. I don't wish my arms looked like that, though. I think if my arms look like that, I have to go to a doctor immediately. I'd fear for my life. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta go back. Hold on. All right, punch. Street Fighter 6. Don't even get me started on the logo. So don't even get me started on the logo. There's already enough people breaking down that logo. They're gonna change this. That's why I'm not even worried about the logo. They ate so much shit for this that they're definitely gonna change it 100%. But hold on, let me find the Ryu's face. This one right here. So sorry, I got the pause thing in the face. There's this tweet. It was like my face when I walk out of Target with a PS5 in my mouth. That made me. That had me dying. His head is a block, dude. His head is a huge block. My man is quadruple wide. Is that Ryu now? This is Ryu. This is who I grew up with, man. So the thing is, he doesn't look terrible. This is the problem. So this is kind of what I was talking about. Is that he doesn't look terrible, but to me, it's not Ryu. So that's what I was talking about, where I just feel like Street Fighter has left this. Street Fighter 5 I could still kind of get somewhat behind, but Street Fighter 6 is taking the leap where it's like not my Street Fighter anymore, which is fine. Obviously, you don't have to make the game for me. They don't have to make the game for me. You make it for the next generation and all that. But I feel like this is just like, who is this man? This is Chris Redfield. This is not Ryu. You know, he's been changing it time and time again. It's not just Ryu, it's just Street Fighter in general. You know, the art style and everything, and just more realistic, more Western. You know, we're trying to chase this market right now. Like I'm saying, they can do whatever they want. You know, the fans like it, that's fine. But me personally, and before you call me a hater, before people are like, you're just a hater, you hate Capcom. Capcom was my god. Capcom was without a doubt the best fighting game company by far. Back to even like Street Fighter 2, Super Turbo, all that stuff. Alpha series, all that stuff. Third Strike, everything. All the Versus series. Everything like that, like VSAB, all the old games, like Puzzle Fighter, Pocket Fighter. Was it 90s Capcom, 90s 2000 Capcom? Absolute undefeated, but they've just changed so much that it's just not for me anymore. And again, I'm not talking, the gameplay could be great, you know? I'm sure the game is going to be good. I don't think they're going to mess it up. I think they have enough experience now and enough talented people working on the team that the game will be good. You know, I'm sure it's going to have rollback netcode and everything. It's going to have single-player content. The gameplay will still be Street Fighter. Although, they're not going to make it simpler, right? I feel like Street Fighter 5 is already super simple. I don't think they're going to change it. Like, Guilty Gear Xrd to Strive is a huge change. But 5 is already simplified. They're just going to cut the cast down. Yeah, I think it's going to be just like 5. More comeback mechanics and everything like that. But yeah, this was super disappointing when I watched it, right? So I was in bed, right? So I was in bed. I was sick. I was like, man, what the heck did I just see? Because you're watching it live. So I saw the trailer. I was like, the hell was that? I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. That sucked. The chat was going crazy too. And then I saw this. Of course, we gotta watch this though. That's why we're watching it not on YouTube, but on Twitch. This happened on the Capcom Fighters stream. So these are the reactions. No! Everyone getting super hype. There's Rob, Walter David, Nephew. St. Colt, let's effing go. Marine's got a chair. Watch out. Steve always hype, man. Steve gets hype at everything. Vicious was the most like level-headed one. But the thing is, everyone you're seeing with a headset on is a commentator. They're paid to be here. These guys are paid to be here. They cut to the players. So again, these are still the commentators. They're getting hype, and now the players. Here, these are the players right there. Art on the phone. Art's like, all right, bro. Rin's just waiting till the camera got him. He's like, oh man, let's go, I guess. People just chilling. What's James Gunn holding a flamingo? Where's Punk? I want to see Punk. I like Punk's reaction. Punk just chilling. Yeah. You gotta watch Obama's little impression of Punk. It's pretty godlike. But you just see they're like, yeah, man, what the hell is it? The hell is that? But you can see the difference, man. Headset off, chair up, chair down. Everyone going crazy. But yeah, it's just a very clear. And hey, I was a commentator too. You guys just gotta be kind of understand where everybody stands, man. There was even after all this, a lot of people were like, wow, if the biggest thing you're picking at with this trailer is the logo, then the game's on a great part. The logo's whatever. The art design sucks, dude. But again, I'm hating. I'm just hating. I'm sorry. I'm hating. I can't say. Everything is what? Your opinion. It's all your opinion. It's all your personal taste. To me, the art design is ass. I hate it. It looks so unappealing to me. But this is the next gen. This is the next generation. I'm old, I'm washed up. I hope you kids enjoy it, man. I hope you kids enjoy it. Luckily, I have all these anime games, which are going down a path. I'm very, very happy. But I'm just sad that old Capcom is dead, right? So that, like, the ultra-wide Ryu, where you can see every vein on Luke's arm. You see the sweat dripping down his bare chest. You can see his toes curl and everything. I know people get super hyped for that, but again, this is what I grew up with, right? This is the Capcom art style I grew up with. Just like vibrant, full of colors, like full of personality and everything. It just, to me, this has always been Street Fighter, and it's not there anymore. That's it. That's my whole point. That's literally, that's it. So you guys enjoy Street Fighter 6. I'll buy it, I'll play it, I'll mess around with it as a game. But from that little trailer we saw, I think I got more than I needed to understand what direction they're taking the game, and it just is not for me. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. This is what I grew up with, man. This art style, this Capcom, it shaped my life, and it's just gone. It's tragic. But that's it. Anyway, that's my take. The announcement itself, not even, so it's not even the art style and everything, me not liking it. Just the teaser, was it like 20-second teaser of a dude's foot? They had a 7-day countdown for that to show nothing, and then be like, more news in the summer. That sucked, man. I always bring it up, but what about that Exert trailer? You know, I have another video on this channel about the Exert trailer. There was no corny build-up. There was no fake website. There's like, oh yeah, check this shit out. In-game footage, like 2 minutes long, godlike music, godlike intro. Like, that was so good. That's what you should get hyped for. That's what we should praise, not reuse foot curling, man. But we'll see. Anyway, even with my disdain for Street Fighter 6, I am not stupid. I know this is the future of the FGC. I know this is, Street Fighter will always be the main title for now. But, like, Street Fighter 6 is going to shape where we go from here. So, of course, I'm going to be watching. I'm looking forward to summer to see where they go. But I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
There's a really cool article. I wanted to talk about this. If you've ever played TFT, you're probably familiar with Mord Dog. This is the person who handles all of the, or not all, but is the lead designer on TFT. So this is an article about Mord Dog grinding to hit the top rank in the game, the top 250 players. There is often an expectation or a thought that people say that, like, hey, the developers, they suck at this game. They don't understand the game like top players. This comes up all the time in fighting games as well, right? Where, like, people are like, you know, the devs, they must not know how to play this game because the changes are so bad. Maybe they just don't know how to fucking play the game. So this is written by Mordog. TLDR, in this dev blog, I break down 3 reasons why the expectation of a dev to be highly ranked in the game is not a worthwhile effort for creating a better game. The story starts with me finally making Challenger. So Challenger is like the top 250 players on the ladder. The expectation that to work on a game, you must be at the top of the game's player base is a problem that persists through the entire games industry, not just TFT or League of Legends. People have said this about fighting games. Moss brought up the Bonchan quote earlier. He said essentially, like, the people who just, like, made the changes on Balrog must be kindergartens. Like, they don't understand the game. And, like, people have said that stuff for all kinds of things. Like, saying, like, if this person's diamond, they really don't understand the game. They're only in the top 4% of the player. You're only in the top 4%. I mean, this comes up for commentators, but it comes up for every, like, this is so common. So he says time commitment. Game devs work 40+ hour work weeks, and while a small portion of that work time involves playtests, these playtests are not done on the live servers. Instead, they are done in environments where we often are trying our best to break the game, see what fails, and what prevails. So I've talked to a lot of fighting game devs. I've played a lot of fighting game devs in games. And almost always when I play them, they're like, oh yeah, I haven't played the current version of the game in like months. I've been playing the new characters, I'm playing the new changes, like I'm doing stuff with the character that it's not going to work until the next season or the next patch. No part of this 40-hour work week consists of climbing the rank ladder. Now ideally, devs are also playing their game a bit outside of work, and trust me, we all are. But how much time are we reasonably supposed to spend outside of work? It took me close to 400 games in 2 months to reach Challenger, which amounts to more than 300 hours in 8 weeks. That is a lot. That, in addition to already working full-time on the game, is a recipe for burnout. You want your devs to have a healthy work-life balance and have experiences outside of TFT to make them more well-rounded. This is a great point. Wouldn't you want your fighting game developers, for instance, to like play KOF when it comes out? Like even non-fighting games, other games with good combat or action or things that would inspire them to come up with new ideas or improve on the game that they're working on. You want them to be able to broaden the things that they're trying so that they can make that experience better for you, while also being better and healthier people overall, which is pretty important. The highest rank in Street Fighter, hitting, what is it, 300,000 points or whatever, is not just like, it's very attainable by a lot of players, but the amount of time necessary to hit that is astronomical. Regardless, good devs are still going to play the game they work on, and that's good. With that time, though, what do we want them to be doing? Do we want them to be grinding the ranked ladder by playing the way high-level guides already tell them to, practicing known combos or one-tricking a single champ, or would you rather use that time to figure out ways to make the game better? Trying champs that they don't play so they can understand what the pain points are, or figuring out why decks and cards don't work well at a high level. This is a great point. I'm not a game dev, but as a commentator, when I'm studying a game that I care about, I rarely watch high-level footage that is like the most common character, because we all know what happens in that match. It's why I always play all the DLC characters that come out, and I always try weird, strange pocket characters that may not always fit my style. The reason is so that you have a better, more broad understanding of the game, and this is a great point for devs. If you're playing the game and you want to climb on the ladder, the best way to do it is to play the best things in the game always. If you're a developer, you know, and you want to know, like, okay, everybody says Jacko is weak, right? Does she need more help? And if so, what does she need help on, right? And to answer that question, you would probably have to watch or play the character and figure out what makes her weak or what makes her strong. Or what if it turns out that you actually find out that she is maybe pretty good, but maybe underexplored? Or you play her and you're like, okay, everybody's right. She does need some love, but what does she need? You can't really answer that question without the right data. If you want to know, like, oh, is Nagoriyuki good? Is Soul good? Is Leo good? Like, we all know that. We already have the data. I'll say personally, one of the reasons I never hit Challenger in previous sets was because I always focused on trying the non-meta stuff to discover what needed to be improved. But during this climb, I've avoided comps I'm not comfortable with. I've been sticking with the same few strong early game items, and I've played to win as opposed to learn. Devs already know what wins. We see it every day in our data. We hear about it every day from our top players. We live it every day in our balance discussion. What devs don't often see enough are things that are underplayed, underpowered, or have just yet to be discovered. And that's what a dev should be playing the game for. Whenever I would watch Combo Fiend go around and play Street Fighter V, and show off the game, he would be playing like new characters every single time. If I was a dev on Strive, I'd be playing Anji, or I'd be playing the characters that are less common and figure out, like, is this character actually bad? Like, what are their things that they're good at? What are the things I wish would work with them? If you're playing them and you're like, man, you know, I'm experimenting with this character and everybody says they're bad, but if this one thing worked, I bet you they'd be so good. This would really make the character feel so much better. It gives you a more nuanced understanding of the characters in the game. I would much rather them, like, barely make it to heaven or like be in floor 10 or wherever they are, right? And like be playing a character that's underdeveloped to try to find how to make that character more fun or interesting in a future version. If you enjoy the games you play, you want it to be popular so that the game can thrive. The way to do that is to increase the game's appeal and accessibility for a wider audience. The truth that competitive players often push back on is that if you want millions of players, you need a game that millions of players can enjoy. High-level players and more junior designers will often make the mistake of designing games for themselves, which leads to very inaccessible games. You have to consider the game as a whole, not just at a very small fraction of the player base. This is extremely good or strong, but it's kind of not reflective of that at other levels, right? It's why we consistently ask ourselves what makes playing TFT fun, not just for ourselves at our skill and preferred playstyle, but for all players. Great example is like, what if you personally don't enjoy playing zoners or something, right? Or you think zoners being good is annoying. But like zoning needs to be a good, you know, it needs to be a viable playstyle in the game, right? It's like a core part of fighting game design. If you are like the I hit buttons and go fast playstyle, you might not be the right person to weigh in on zoning being a viable playstyle for the game. Like, let's say you start playing a big slow grappler guy, and that's not your playstyle. And you're like, this slow grappler guy must suck. Like, I can't win. I don't know what to do, etc., etc., etc. I mean, that's not your preferred playstyle, and it's not your specialty. It might turn out that that character is very good, or perfectly fine, or maybe slightly undertuned, or whatever it is, right? But, you know, it's hard to tell if you already have a bias against it and you don't enjoy playing it, right? You need a diverse group of people at all play levels and all in terms of preference on playstyle. Take our iterations on Silco. The early version of Silco had him never auto-attack. Instead, he gained mana each second for each living ally and casted a buff on his allies as his spell. But the really exciting cast came at the end of the fight when he summoned a monster, but Silco could only summon the monster when he ran out of allies to buff with his spell. The goal had been to make it so that the player needed to keep their whole team alive for long enough to allow Silco's big cast to go off, but in practice it was just confusing, clunky, and required the player to build an all-tank army to stall for the big cast to go off. Gameplay like this can add a ton of unique depth and challenge to the game, but in practice they end up extremely unfun to play against and aren't intuitive for most of our players. Yeah, so maybe at a high level, Silco would be really good. And also, maybe he would be really annoying. Like, oh my god, he just builds all tank and then Silco wipes out my team. Like, this is so stupid. You just stack a bunch of tanking units and then, like, he just kills me. And, like, if you do it right, it's so dumb. But then at a low level, no one can do it. Their Silco always dies. And they don't have enough tanks. And they're just like, man, this sucks. Silco doesn't do anything. You know, it creates, like, a weird game plan separation where at different levels, the appeal of it versus the execution of it doesn't quite line up right. And you're just like, this sucks. Chloe and the team went back to the drawing board in efforts to create a play pattern that was easier to understand and more fun than the
they saw this big metal cauldron sitting on the... Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please give the like button a metal tin of delicious Danish butter cookies and tell them it's your way of apologizing for the mistreatment over the past year. But be sure to replace the cookies with anthrax before you hand it over. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. In May of 2011, 27-year-old Mikalina Lewandowska was surprised when she got a text message from her on-again, off-again boyfriend, 27-year-old Marcin Kazperzak. The pair had actually previously been engaged and had a 3-year-old son together, but they just could never seem to make it work for longer than a couple of months at a time. In the text message, Marcin was asking Mikalina if he could take her shopping, something he knew she liked to do. As for Mikalina, lately she had been turning down requests like this one from Marcin, and she was inclined to at first, but their son was already being looked after by her mother, and Mikalina didn't have plans that day, and so she thought, you know what the heck? And so she said yes. So Mikalina took a shower and got ready, and even put on her engagement ring that Marcin had given her, and then she waited by the door. A little while later, Marcin, who was an aspiring bodybuilder who had become addicted to taking steroids, showed up at her Huddersfield, England home. Mikalina opened the door, Marcin came inside, and then as soon as the door shut behind him, he tased Mikalina, he jumped on top of her, and then he bound and gagged her. And then once she was restrained on the ground with no idea what was going on, Marcin opened the front door and waved down to his car that was parked on the curb, and one of his friends, this 18-year-old named Patrick, came out and walked up to the house and came inside. And then Patrick and Marcin worked together to cram Mikalina into this small, rugged cardboard box, and then once she was forced inside of there, they closed it up, taped it shut, and then brought the box down to the front of the house and put it into Marcin's trunk. And then Marcin and Patrick hopped in the front 2 seats of the car and drove off. Once they reached the outskirts of town, they parked in a parking lot right next to this huge forest. And from there, they took the box with Mikalina inside of it and 2 shovels and walked into the woods, and at some point they left the path and walked way away from where anybody would normally be until they felt like they were far enough away that no one would see them. And at that point, they put Mikalina down, and then using the shovels, they dug a grave. Once it was deep enough, they put Mikalina in her box inside of the grave, and then they covered her back up with dirt and then put a 90-pound log on top of her, and then the 2 of them just walked away, leaving Mikalina to die. In the box, Mikalina was not dead yet, but she knew if she attempted to escape with Marcin and Patrick right above her, they would just kill her on the spot, or they would dig an even deeper hole, and then it would be impossible to get out again. And so after waiting an agonizingly long amount of time to ensure Marcin and Patrick had gone, Mikalina jumped into action. She immediately tried to wriggle her way out of her restraints, but the position they had forced her into, which was basically the fetal position with her hands tied behind her back, it didn't allow her to move very much in any one direction, and so without any movement, she could not get herself to come free of these restraints. And so as she's struggling, trying to figure out what she's going to do, she realizes she had chosen to wear her engagement ring that Marcin had given her, something she never wore anymore, and she could potentially use the diamonds in the ring to cut through the tape that was keeping her wrists tied together. And so she began working that ring until finally she did cut through her restraints and her hands were free. And so she managed to force both of her arms right in front of her body, and then once they were in front of her, she immediately began scratching and clawing at the cardboard right above her. And eventually she scratched a hole in the box itself, and dirt began pouring in on her. and she was already very low on oxygen. She was fighting off unconsciousness by remembering that her 3-year-old son needed her, and she had no idea what Marcin was going to do to him. And so she just kept on digging and fighting as the dirt's coming in on her and she's struggling to breathe. And then finally she pokes all the way through and she can see sunlight and fresh air comes into the hole. She can breathe again. And then with this huge surge of adrenaline, she forces herself and manages to push all the way up through this hole until she's standing in her grave. And from there, she pulls herself up and out of the dirt, and she runs towards the road where she flags down a motorist, and the motorist would call police and then wait with her until they arrived. After Marcin was arrested, the story came out that he had heard a rumor that Michalina was going to be leaving him and going back to Poland with their son, and he didn't want that, so he had decided he was going to kill her. Marcin was found guilty of attempted murder and sentenced to 20 years in prison, and Patrick was found guilty of kidnapping and sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. In 1932, Charlie Pollard was a 26-year-old farmer living in Macon County, Alabama, where 82% of the population at the time was African American, and they were all forced to live under the rules of a strictly segregated society. At the time, the United States was just beginning to crawl out of the Great Depression that had started 3 years earlier, but you wouldn't know it riding through Charlie's town. Like Charlie, many of the other residents in Macon County were completely dirt poor, and they lived in these wooden shacks with no screens on the windows, there was no furniture inside, and they would just throw some dirty rags on the ground to sleep on. On average, the men in the town that were lucky enough to have a job made less than $1 per day. So when Charlie heard a rumor that the government was going to be coming to town and giving free medical exams to all the African American men, Charlie was thrilled. He had never been to a doctor before, and he certainly wasn't going to turn down a free visit to one. And so a couple of days later, the rumor turned out to be true when a government health service worker showed up in their town and set up shop in their one-room schoolhouse. Charlie got in line with the hundreds of other men from Macon County, and then by mid-morning it was his turn, and the health service worker told him that today they were just going to be doing a blood test. And so Charlie eagerly rolled up his sleeve and stuck his arm out. A couple of days later, the results from the blood test had come in, and Charlie was informed that he had bad blood. Bad blood was a commonly used term in that area at the time to describe a wide array of ailments. The worker didn't get into specifics about what Charlie's diagnosis meant. They just told him that in virtue of his diagnosis of bad blood, he was now eligible to join a government-sponsored medical treatment program. If he agreed to be a part of it, he would not only receive medical care for his bad blood, he would also receive free rides to and from the health clinic, he would get a free hot meal on examination days, and in the event he died during the program, his family would be given $50 if they allowed the doctors to perform a thorough autopsy on his body before they buried him. Despite not really understanding what it meant to have bad blood, Charlie decided to join the program, mostly because of those free meals and because he had a deep trust and respect of the government. And Charlie wasn't alone. About 400 other African American men from Macon County agreed to be a part of the program as well. At first, the program was everything they promised it would be. It was just a couple of low-key medical examinations with a nice hot meal, and then occasionally they would take some pills and have another blood draw. But eventually they started being given regular, excruciatingly painful spinal taps that would leave them bedridden for weeks afterwards. But despite this painful and surprising turn of events that none of the men saw coming, they were not aware they would be getting spinal taps as part of this program. Charlie and the other men were convinced this program was still in their best interest and that they could trust the government to eventually cure them of their bad blood. And so Charlie and the other men didn't resist the spinal taps or other follow-on painful and bizarre medical procedures that they were being told was good for them and would help them get rid of this bad blood. Less than a year later, men in this program began getting sick. They started developing rashes and sores all over their body. Their bones and joints would ache. They began losing hair. They had indigestion. They had headaches. They had constant fevers. And for some of the men, these symptoms would eventually subside. But for others, they got dramatically worse. For those men, they would develop tumors and their bones would start to disintegrate. They would go blind or deaf or become paralyzed, or they would simply die. But despite the obvious ineffectiveness of this treatment program, it persisted. When America entered World War II in 1941, Charlie and many of the other men in this program wanted to enlist in the military and go join the fight. But when they went to enlist, they were told that as members of this special medical program, they could only receive treatment from the doctors in that program. and so they could not receive treatment from military doctors and therefore were disqualified from military service. While frustrated by this rule, Charlie and many of the other men still considered themselves to be very fortunate to be allowed to be a part of this program that was curing them of their bad blood. And Charlie specifically felt like he was one of the luckiest men inside of this program because his bad blood had not led to these terrible symptoms that his friends were experiencing. And so over the years, in between his medical appointments, Charlie got married, he had a child, he even managed to buy a little plot of land that he farmed on nearly year-round. Then, in 1973, so over 40 years after they began this medical program, Charlie and the other survivors of this program had their lives completely turned upside down. That year, a very junior assistant within the Public Health Service secretly mailed off all of the records of this Macon County medical program to the Associated Press. And then a couple of days later, the Washington Star newspaper ran this huge story on their front page that said syphilis victims in United States study went untreated for 40 years. It would turn out Charlie and the other 400 men in this medical program, they didn't have bad blood. That was just kind of a made-up term to get them not to ask any questions. What they had was syphilis, a deadly disease that ravages the human body in 3 stages that can unfold over a lifetime. And so these doctors that treated Charlie were not actually treating him. They knew he had syphilis. That was why he was even part of the program to begin with. When they tested his blood, they were trying to see who had syphilis in Macon County, and then they took those people and they entered them into this phony program, not to make them better, because this was not a treatment program. It was a US government-backed medical study of what happens to African American men with syphilis if their condition goes completely untreated for their entire lives. The leaders of the study did not care what happened to these men, and that point was made crystal clear when in the 1940s a cure for syphilis was discovered, penicillin. But instead of giving it to these men and saving their lives, they intentionally hid the cure from them and prevented them from getting it. This is why these men were not allowed to enlist in the military or seek outside medical care, because those doctors would discover these men had syphilis and they would just give them penicillin, curing them, but that screwed up the study, and so they couldn't have that. The Public Health Service chose Macon County, Alabama, because at the time, 35% of the population was already infected with syphilis. And because they knew the men in this town would be largely uneducated and poor and desperate, and therefore easy to trick into joining this highly unethical study. At least 28 men in this study died as a result of their syphilis infections, and countless others suffered from long-term side effects. Charlie was 66 years old when he heard the news. Finally, he had an answer. Bad blood meant he had syphilis, but fortunately his syphilis had either burned out or gone dormant. But he thought about all the other men in the study that had not been as lucky, and Charlie felt so betrayed by the government. He and the rest of the men had no idea they were getting taken advantage of. Charlie got in touch with a lawyer who eventually sued the federal government, and in an out-of-court settlement, Charlie and the other 73 survivors of the so-called Tuskegee experiment were given $38,000 each as compensation. After the settlement, Charlie just went back to his simple life in Macon County, and then 27 years later, on April 29, 2000, Charlie passed away at the age of 94. In the early morning hours of March 11th, 1989, 4 young men who were all in their 20s and all very close friends left their homes in East Texas and headed south. 9 hours later, they arrived in the beautiful resort town of South Padre Island, which is just off the coast of southern Texas. They were there to enjoy their spring break by sunning on the beach, drinking in bars, and meeting girls. When they finally arrived that night, they were so exhausted from the trip that they went right to bed. The next morning, when they got up, they went straight down to the beach and they had some drinks, and then by the afternoon, they were talking amongst themselves, and they decided that for their first full night of being on vacation, they would kick things off with a bang, and they would go into Mexico and party there. And so they piled into their car and they drove an hour southwest to Brownsville, Texas, which is a town that sits right on the border of Mexico. And when they got there, they parked their car and then walked right over the footbridge that crossed the Rio Grande River into Mexico. On the other side, in Mexico, they found themselves in the town of Matamoros, which is very popular amongst spring break goers for their bars and their clubs. And so the four friends got a quick bite to eat at a hamburger joint, and then they made their way into the bars and the clubs, and they danced and they drank for hours. And then at some point, they got tired and left the bar scene. They crossed over the footbridge back into the US and made their way back to their hotel in South Padre Island. The next morning, when they got up and they recovered from their hangover, they decided they had so much fun in Matamoros the night before that they had to go back. And so that night, they piled back into their car, they drove back down to Brownsville, Texas, they crossed over that footbridge into Mexico, and then all night they partied and danced and had a great time. And then at some point, the four decided it was time to leave, and so they left their bar and began walking towards the footbridge. But that night, it was so crowded in Matamoros that you could barely move a foot without bumping into someone. And so the foursome split into two separate pairs. And the lead pair, they made their way ahead and they stopped at the gift shop right at the foot of that bridge going back to the US side, and there they waited for the trail pair. The trail pair, which consisted of Mark Kilroy and Bill Huddleston, they weren't far behind, but they got sidetracked when Mark saw a girl standing next to a house that he had seen earlier in the night, and he just wanted to go up and talk to her and say bye to her. And so they go over to this girl, and while Mark is talking to her, Bill moves on ahead and goes down an alleyway to urinate, and then when he comes back out, Mark and this girl are not there. Bill assumed Mark must have just moved on the little ways up to the bridge where the other two friends were at the gift shop, and so after looking around for just a couple of seconds, Bill makes his way up to the bridge and he meets up with the other two friends. And when he gets there, he asks the other two friends, where's Mark? Did he come up here already? And they say, no, we haven't seen him. And so now the trio's a little bit concerned, but they're thinking, okay, he must be with this girl he had seen. And so they backtracked a little ways and they looked for Mark. They went back to where he had been talking to that girl, and again, he wasn't there. And so they decided, okay, he must have already crossed the bridge and made it to our car, and he's probably just waiting for us over there. And so the trio crosses over the bridge into the US side. They get to their car, and Mark's not there. And so at this point, they are pretty concerned about Mark, but they eventually convince themselves that he must have just left with this girl, and they probably are back at the hotel together. And so after a little while, the trio decides, let's just go back to the hotel, we're bound to find Mark. And so they drive all the way back to South Padre Island, they get to their hotel room, and Mark's not there. But again, they tell themselves he's not here because he's probably with this girl in another room, and so they don't worry about him, they go to bed. But the next morning, when Mark still had not come back to the hotel room, they decide, you know what, something's wrong here, we have to tell police. And so they file a missing person report, but the police get so many of these about spring breakers who go missing in Matamoros that they don't really take them seriously at first, because typically the missing person will just show up 24 hours later with a horrible hangover and no memory of how they got back from Matamoros. And so the police were expecting this to happen with Mark, but after 24 hours, when Mark didn't show up with a bad hangover, they were convinced that something had happened to him. And American and Mexican police suspected foul play because Matamoros and the surrounding areas are not exactly safe for tourists, but they didn't have any leads, and so Mark's case languished. 3 weeks later, a drug smuggler drove through a police checkpoint without stopping just outside of Matamoros. And so the police pursued him, and this guy ultimately stopped at this secluded ranch up in the mountains. After the police arrested the smuggler, they noticed a ranch worker was standing nearby, and on a whim, they showed him a picture of Mark and said, hey, have you seen this guy? And the worker, despite being scared and not really sure what to do, he said to police, yeah, I have seen him here. The smuggler and his friends, they brought him here in handcuffs. And then the worker turned around and pointed up the mountain towards the shack that was about 400 yards up the mountain, and he said that's where they took him. And so authorities began walking up the hillside towards the shack, and when they got about 100 yards away, they saw this big metal cauldron sitting on the front stoop of the shack. And then when they got about 50 yards away, they were hit with this horrible smell of death and decay. And then when they got right up in front of the shack and could see inside of this cauldron and inside of the shack itself, what they saw was so gruesome and horrible that even the most senior and grizzled responding officers were totally shaken up by it. Under intense questioning, the drug smuggler that had originally led police up to this secluded ranch and the shack admitted that he was a part of a gang and that his gang had taken Mark. 3 weeks earlier, while Bill was urinating in that alleyway, Mark spoke to that girl he wanted to see, and then she went off, and then Mark was left standing alone waiting for Bill to come back. And while he was waiting, a man on the street parked in a red truck yelled out to him to come over. He needed help or something. He lured him to the truck. And so Mark went over to the truck, and then right when he asked the man, what do you need? Two men, one of which included this drug smuggler, jumped out from behind a building and tried to grab Mark and put him inside of this red truck. Mark was a very fit, big, athletic guy, and so he was able to fight the two men off and then took off running down the road. But he only made it about 2 blocks when another car full of gangsters showed up, cut him off, and then at gunpoint got him to come into the second vehicle. And so once he was restrained inside of this vehicle, they drove him out of the town of Matamoros onto some backcountry roads up into the mountains to this secluded ranch, where they left him overnight in the car. The next morning, the gang members came back out and they wrapped duct tape around Mark's mouth and his whole face and his eyes. They just left a little slit around his nostrils so he could breathe. And then they pulled him out of the vehicle with his hands tied behind his back, and they walked him up the hill to that shack. This gang that had abducted Mark, that this drug smuggler was a part of, was more like a cult. And this cult was led by a man named Constanzo, who practiced a form of black magic called Palo. Constanzo would perform Palo rituals, which he claimed to his followers would make he and all of them invincible. These rituals, which took place in the shack up in the mountains, involved human sacrifice. Constanzo would tell his followers that these people who were going to be sacrificed, they didn't just need to die, they needed to die screaming. Because Constanzo believed the more agony he inflicted on his victims before they ultimately died and were sacrificed to the gods, the more power the gods would grant to he and his followers. And so the people who got kidnapped and marched up to that shack to be sacrificed were subjected to unspeakable atrocities, and Mark had been selected to be the next ritual sacrifice. After Mark was led out of the vehicle with his face all taped up, he was walked up to that shack where he spent several horrifying hours with Constanzo and his cronies, and then at some point Mark was killed when a machete was brought down on the back of his neck. Afterwards, Mark's brain was removed and placed into their sacred cauldron and boiled, and then Mark's legs were removed, and then a long wire was inserted into Mark's torso and fished around inside of him until they hooked it onto his spinal column, and then they buried his torso and his legs, and they left that wire protruding from his body up out of the dirt. There was basically a lead poking out of the ground. And the reason they did that was because later on, they could just pull on that wire and pull up Mark's bones and use his bones to make jewelry. Mark's body was one of 15 discovered in and around this shack. The total number of people that Constanzo and his cult ritualistically murdered is at least 16, but believed to be closer to 26. However, the police were not able to get the official number from Constanzo because Constanzo had his followers shoot and kill him before the police could get to him. 5 other cult members were ultimately convicted for their roles in the cult's murders, and they were each given a sentence of over 60 years in prison. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, no one was ever charged with reckless. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to teach the like button how to drive in your car, and then on the day of their first lesson, show up in your 18-speed transmission semi-tractor trailer truck. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. Just after midnight on June 22nd, 1991, Charles Holden was on his way home from work when he decided to stop at a fast food restaurant near his house in Harrington, Delaware. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, Charles left the store and got back in his truck. He turned it on and he was about to drive out of the lot when he stopped because there was this man running towards him, waving, trying to flag him down. So Charles put his truck back in park and he rolled his window down to see what this guy wanted. And when this stranger got close enough, he told Charles that his sister was having a baby and he needed a ride to the hospital, which was about 20 minutes away. Charles couldn't tell if this guy was lying. It was super late. He didn't know this guy, and he just had a bad feeling about him. And so he told him, "No, I'm sorry. It's too late. I gotta get home. It's too far out of the way." The stranger immediately looked dejected and turned around and started walking away. And as Charles was watching him go, he felt bad and said, "You know what? Hey, come back here. I'll give you a ride part of the way there." And so the stranger smiled, hopped in his passenger seat, and they took off. Charles drove him approximately 3 miles in the direction he had asked to go before pulling over on the side of the road and telling him, "This is as far as I'm going to take you." Charles lived only about a block away, and he didn't want to drive too far away from home so late at night. But the stranger, upon hearing he was being let out so soon, suddenly became angry and began fumbling in his pocket like he was going to get a knife or some sort of weapon, and he starts screaming at Charles, "Hand over your keys, hand over your wallet, or I'm going to kill you." Charles, meanwhile, was on edge just being in the car with this guy because he had a bad feeling about him, and so he immediately jumped into action. He turned off his truck, he ripped the keys out of the ignition, and he leapt out of his truck and started running. Charles saw way off in the distance was a convenience store, and he figured he could run to there and get some help. But as he's running, he turns around and sees the stranger has also leapt out of the car and was now sprinting up to him with a screwdriver in his hand. And this stranger was running really fast. He was gaining on Charles, and soon Charles realized he wasn't going to make it to the convenience store before this guy caught up to him. And so at some point, Charles just stops, he turns around and he puts his hands up and he says, okay, I'll give you a ride wherever you want to go, and then you can have my keys, my wallet, you can have anything you want. And so the stranger runs right up to Charles and he stops and he smiles because he's very pleased with this result. And he pokes him with the screwdriver and kind of gestures for him to go back to the truck. So Charles walks back to the truck with the stranger right behind him with the screwdriver periodically poking him in the back. They finally get to the vehicle and the stranger tells Charles to get in the car and then wait. But as soon as Charles sat down, he fired up his truck and sped off before the stranger could hop in the passenger side door. And so Charles is flying away from this guy. He looks in his rear view mirror and he can see the guy is chasing after him with a screwdriver held over his head, but he sees the stranger at some point just stops, turns around, and walks away. Charles was totally relieved that he had escaped this horrible encounter, and he was thinking about calling the police, but ultimately decided he wouldn't because it was his decision to allow some stranger to get in his car in the middle of the night. And so Charles kind of blamed himself for the whole ordeal. What Charles was concerned about, though, was where he had ditched the stranger was not far from his house, and he was worried if he just turned around and drove right back to his house, that this guy could recognize the truck and then follow him to his house, and then who knows what could happen. And so Charles decides he's just going to stay outside of town and drive around for a while to make sure this stranger is long gone by the time he comes back. So after about an hour of doing just that, driving around outside of town, Charles goes back into Harrington, Delaware, and he gets on his street, and he's shocked when he sees the stranger who had just tried to kill him is walking down the road right in front of him. But luckily, the stranger did not hear or see Charles pull onto his street, and so Charles immediately throws it in reverse and he gets out of there and he drives off. At this point, Charles decides he needs to tell police because he doesn't know if this stranger actually knows him and that maybe he's targeting him and he's waiting for him at his property. And so he calls 911 and he tells the dispatcher about what had happened earlier and how this guy is now lurking around his property. And the dispatcher tells him they'll send an officer out to him. And so a few minutes later, an officer showed up at the payphone where Charles was, and they told Charles they would escort him back to his property. And if this stranger was still out in the area, they would arrest him. And so the two of them made their way back to Charles's property. They get there, the stranger's long gone, and then Charles goes into his house. There's no sign of a break-in. There's no sign that anyone was near his property. And so Charles thanks the officer. He feels totally relieved. But before the officer leaves, he asks him if he wouldn't mind doing a quick sweep of his mother's property. She lived right behind Charles on the other side of some bushes. He told the officer her name was Dorothy, she was 70 years old, and she lived alone, and he just wanted to make sure nothing happened to her. So the officer said, no problem, I'll go check in on her. So the officer leaves Charles and goes across his backyard through those bushes into Dorothy's backyard, and right away he can see the back window on the back door has been smashed and the door itself is slightly ajar. And so the officer draws their pistol and they go up and they enter the house and they look inside, they're yelling for Dorothy, but there's no answer. It's totally dark in the house, it's totally silent. And so after searching the first floor and finding nothing, they make their way up the flight of stairs and they find blood at the top of the landing. And they follow this trail of blood and it brings them into one of the bedrooms where a woman is sprawled out on a bed. It was Dorothy. She had been stabbed to death. It would turn out, after Charles had ditched the stranger and sped off without him, the stranger, whose name was Gilbert Cannon, began looking for a place to sleep, and the house he ultimately selected just happened to be Charles's mother's house. After Gilbert broke in through her back door, he saw Dorothy coming down the steps to confront him, and because he was worried she'd be able to identify him, he attacked her with a screwdriver. Gilbert would later tell police that the attack on Charles was completely random. He was just at this fast food restaurant, he saw Charles get into his truck, and he thought to himself, if I can get in that guy's truck, I bet I can rob him. And then after this failed robbery, when Gilbert is out looking for a place to sleep and he breaks into this house, and this woman comes down the stairs that he attacks and kills, he has no idea that this woman, Dorothy, is Charles's mother. The entire night was one big, horrible coincidence. Gilbert would plead guilty to the murder and would be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In 1949, 15-year-old problem child Ken Rex McElroy dropped out of school and moved to a tiny farming town called Skidmore, Missouri. There, he began his life of crime, which consisted primarily of theft. At night, he would drive his truck onto Skidmore residents' property, and he would steal their livestock, alcohol, grain, food, antiques, anything he could get his hands on and that he could sell, he would take. And if the owners ever caught him in the act, he would just raise his rifle at them and tell them to go back inside and never report it to the police or he would kill them. And because Rex was this big 270-pound monster of a man who was known for having a bad temper and for being really aggressive, people generally just did what he asked and his crimes went totally unreported. In the rare instances that victims would report Rex's crimes to police, Rex would begin intimidating them and their family by staking out the houses at all hours of the night, or he would just walk directly up to these victims and he would say, "I will kill you if you testify against me." And if none of those tactics worked, Rex used some of his illegal money to hire one of the very best defense lawyers in the entire state, a lawyer who had famously represented the mob, and he would step in and get Rex off of virtually any charge, including the time Rex actually did shoot one of the owners who caught him in the act. Over the years, Rex would use these fear and intimidation tactics not just to make money, but also to prey on young women and girls. In the 1970s, when Rex was in his 40s, he began stalking a local Skidmore girl who was 12 years old named Trina. After assaulting her dozens of times, Rex learned her family was going to be pressing charges against him. So Rex burned down Trina's family's house and killed the family dog, and then threatened to kill the entire family unless they signed paperwork that would legally marry their daughter Trina to Rex. This would protect him legally in case they pressed any charges against him. After the family finally relented and signed off on the marriage, Trina was forced to come live with Rex at his house, and within 2 years she became pregnant. After the birth of her child, she took her baby and tried to run away from Rex, and she ran back to her family's new house, and she was hiding there, but Rex tracked her down, he took her and their baby back, and then Rex proceeded to burn her family's house down again, and again killed their new family dog. By the end of the 1970s, Rex wasn't only just the most hated person in Skidmore, he was the most destructive person. He had hurt so many people in town, but it seemed like no one could do anything about it. It was like he was untouchable. Then, a single piece of candy changed everything. In 1980, one of Rex's children was at a local grocery store in Skidmore when they were caught stealing a piece of candy. When the shopkeeper asked the child to put the candy back, they refused, and it caused this huge fight, and before long, Rex has found out about this huge fight, and Rex, instead of being upset with his child for stealing, he becomes enraged that the shopkeeper had the audacity to accuse his child of a crime. And so Rex began stalking the owner of the store, a 70-year-old man named Bo, along with the rest of Bo's family. At all hours of the night, Rex would just show up in front of their house with a gun slung across his lap, and he would fire shots into the air, and then during the day, he would walk right up to Bo and he would tell him, "I'm going to kill you." And so Bo and his family knew it was only a matter of time before Rex did become violent, and they were right. In July of that year, Rex showed up at Bo's grocery store with a shotgun in hand, and Bo, who was in the back of the shop loading groceries through the back door, he turns around and he sees Rex walking up to him. They have this heated confrontation where at some point Rex just raises a shotgun and he fires a shot into Bo's neck. Bo was gravely wounded, but he would survive, and Rex would actually get arrested and would be charged with attempted murder. And it seemed like, for once, maybe Rex was actually going to get what was coming to him, but he didn't. The attempted murder charge was lowered to just assault, and he was given 2 years in prison, but he would only serve 1 day in jail before being released on bond. And as soon as he was out on bond, he went right to his house and he got his rifle that had a bayonet attached at the end of it, and he went right to the tavern in the middle of Skidmore, and he began telling anybody who would listen that he planned to finish the job, i.e. he was going to kill Bo, and he described in very graphic detail how he planned to do it, which involved this rifle and this bayonet. Patrons that were at the tavern that saw Rex and heard these claims, they were scared for Bo, and so they left the tavern and they told city leaders about these threats. And so city leaders at this point, they've had enough of Rex, and they decide they're going to host this secret meeting that will not include Rex the following morning. So the next morning comes around, and all these angry residents, they come to this meeting, and they begin discussing, how are we going to handle Rex? We can't use police. We can't use politicians. Nothing can be done. So what are we going to do? How are we going to put an end to his reign of terror? And after a while, they came up with a plan. And after the meeting was done, everybody left the town hall, they got their guns, and they made their way over to the tavern where Rex was seen earlier that morning. About 40 of these armed men surrounded the outside of this tavern, and once they were all in place, another smaller group of men that were all armed walked inside the tavern, and they saw Rex sitting at the bar with Trina sitting right next to him. And so these men, they walk up right behind Rex, uncomfortably close, right behind him, and they just stand there with their guns looking at him. And at some point, Rex turns around and sees them, and he's about to lash out and start fighting them, but he realizes he's totally outnumbered, and these men that are standing all around him, they look like they mean business. And so he stands up, he grabs Trina, and he brushes past them, trying to act tough, and he walks out of the tavern. When he gets outside, he's taken aback at this additional group of armed men, which is much larger, who are all standing there just looking in at him. And so Rex at this point becomes visibly frightened, but he grabs Trina and he calmly walks out to his truck, which is parked a little ways out in front of the tavern. He gets in the driver's side, she hops in the passenger side, and Rex lights a cigarette up, he turns on his truck, and he's about to try to drive away when a gunshot rings out, and Rex immediately slumps forward onto his wheel. One of the Skidmore residents runs up to the truck, they open up the passenger side, and they grabbed Trina, who was unhurt, pulled her out, and rushed her to safety. Once she was clear, the other residents with their guns just moved in on the truck, and for 20 seconds they opened fire on Rex. After the shooting was over, nobody called an ambulance. Everyone just stood there and watched as the town bully died. In all, there were 46 witnesses that were there when Rex was murdered, but they all said they had either not seen the shooting or they didn't know who the shooter was. And despite a lengthy federal investigation, none of the witnesses ever changed their stories. And so as a result, no one was ever charged with Rex's murder. Years later, a Skidmore resident, when asked what happened here, they just said that man needed a killing.
That's enough out of you.
On the morning of March 18th, 1990, a young woman named Karen parked her car just outside of the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, Massachusetts. This famous museum is home to over 15,000 pieces of priceless art from ancient Rome, medieval Europe, Renaissance Italy, Asia, the Islamic world, and 19th century France and America. The outside of this 4-story building is strikingly plain, but inside is strikingly gorgeous. There is this lush green open-air courtyard that sits right in the middle of the museum that all of the galleries look down into. Karen was an art enthusiast, and she was a security guard at this museum, and that day she was on duty. After parking her car, she got out and walked her way over to the employee entrance, and there she pressed the buzzer and announced her arrival to the 2 night shift guards that she would be relieving. But after a few seconds, the night shift guards did not respond to her, and they did not unlock the door. And so after a little while, Karen pressed the buzzer again and said, "I'm here, can you please open the door?" But again, the guards that were on duty did not respond back to her, and the door did not open. This was highly unusual, so Karen left the door, found a payphone, and called the chief of security for the museum who lived out in town, and told him she couldn't get in the building. So about 10 minutes later, the chief of security shows up and he takes Karen and he walks her around to the other side of the building. He leads her up an outdoor flight of stairs to another entrance to the museum. He pulls out a big ring of keys, he finds the right one, and he opens the door. The entrance they were going through placed them in this dark hallway that stretched out straight in front of them, and then at the very end of the hallway on the right was this very brightly lit room that the door was wide open to, and that was the security office where the guards were supposed to be. And so Karen and the chief, they begin walking down this hallway expecting to get to the end of it and look inside this room and see these guards and get an explanation for why they didn't buzz Karen in the first place. But when they reach the end of the hallway and they look in this office, there's nobody inside of there. And now that they were up close, they could see the door leading into the security office had been smashed open. In fact, the doorknob to this door had been smashed off and was laying on the ground, and then next to it, right in front of them, was this metal crowbar. And then above them, the one camera that would have seen whatever had happened in the hallway, it had been turned around and was facing the wall. So Karen and the chief, they know they've stumbled on something that's probably really bad. They don't know what it is. They don't know if there's still people inside the museum. They don't know where the guards are. So the chief just grabs the crowbar for protection, and he and Karen run into the office and they call police. Although they didn't know it yet, Karen and the chief had just discovered one of the most famous crimes in history. The night before, 23-year-old security guard Rick Abath trudged his way down the walkway towards the employee entrance of the museum. He and another young man named Randy were scheduled to work the overnight shift that night. Rick hated his job at the museum because it was incredibly boring, but Rick didn't really have many other employment opportunities to choose from. He was a guy that had dropped out of music school and spent most of his time smoking marijuana, drinking beer, and playing in his friend's rock band. And so he just kept this job that he hated. Once Rick got inside the museum, he walked over to the office where he found his partner that night, Randy, was already sitting behind the desk. After chatting with him for a few minutes, Rick said he would do the first set of security rounds, and so he grabbed a walkie-talkie and a flashlight and he headed out to the exhibit halls. Almost immediately, a fire alarm went off. Rick went to the area where it was going off and he investigated and did not see a fire, and so he just turned the alarm off. The building was very old, and it wasn't uncommon for their electronics to fail or glitch. And so after this, Rick didn't think much of it. He continued doing his security rounds, and after about 30 more minutes of that, he made his way back down to the security office, where he traded places with Randy. Rick took the seat behind the desk, and Randy took the walkie-talkie and flashlight and headed out into the exhibits. About 30 minutes later, while Randy was still doing his security rounds, Rick had his head down on the desk when he heard the sound of the buzzer coming from one of the outside doors. He lifted his head up and he looked at the screen that was connected to the camera, looking down at whoever was outside of this door, and he saw there were two police officers standing right outside the door. And so he reached over and he pressed the intercom button and he said, "Hey, can I help you?" And the officers said they were there responding to a disturbance call. Can they come inside? Now, Rick didn't know what this was about. He assumed it must have to do with maybe the fire alarm that had gone off earlier, or maybe somebody outside had seen someone trying to break in and they had called it in. But either way, he felt like it was important enough that he should let them in, even though it was against protocol to allow anyone into the museum after hours, including police. And so the two officers, they come through the doors and they wind up in the hallway right outside of the security office, and there's a window into the security office, so both the officers and Rick can see each other. And the officers immediately say to Rick, "Hey, are you working alone tonight?" And Rick says, "No, my partner is out doing security rounds. He'll be back soon." And so the officers just kind of nod their heads and they're looking around the room for a second. And one of them, as he glances at Rick again, he does kind of a double take and he goes, "Wait a minute, I think I know you. There's a warrant out for your arrest. You need to come out here and show me your ID." And so Rick is caught completely off guard, but he just kind of instinctively does what he's told because it's a police officer. And so Rick stands up, he walks out of the office, he goes out into the hallway, and as he's about to present his ID to the inquiring officer, the officer just grabs him, pushes him up against the wall, and handcuffs him. And so before Rick can say anything, Randy, his partner, comes back from doing his security rounds. He walks into the hall and has no idea what's going on. The other officer, the one that had not handcuffed Rick, grabs Randy and does the same thing, presses him up against the wall and handcuffs him. And so as Randy and Rick are standing there up against the wall with their hands behind their back, they're looking at each other, they're looking around thinking, what's going on here? And at some point, Randy just blurts out, "Why are we being arrested?" And that's when one of the officers just says, "Oh, you're not being arrested. You're being robbed." Rick and Randy were led by the imposter cops down into the basement of this building where they were bound and gagged with duct tape. And then these two thieves proceeded to spend the next 81 minutes walking all around the museum, ultimately stealing 13 pieces of art before destroying the security footage and then fleeing the building. Rick and Randy were discovered unhurt later that morning by police, still tied up in the basement. Despite dozens of suspects, numerous viable theories, and a massive monetary reward, these two art thieves were never caught and remain at large today. As for the 13 pieces of stolen art, one of which includes the extremely rare Rembrandt painting called The Storm on the Sea of Galilee, which is his only seascape in existence, they are still unaccounted for. And combined, they are worth a staggering $500 million. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it. So give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's episode and you haven't done this already, please offer to teach the like button how to drive in your car. And then on the day of their first lesson, show up in an 18-speed transmission semi-tractor trailer truck. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly 3 or 4 video uploads. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram or on Twitter. My username for both platforms is the same. It's JohnBallin416. I also have a ton of content over on TikTok where my username is Mr. Ballin. I also have a second YouTube channel called Mr. Ballin Shorts, where I post random short videos and lost episodes. If you have a story suggestion, please submit it to our subreddit just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked in the description below. So whether I see you on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, or some combination, just know that I really appreciate your support. And until next time, that's going to do it. See ya. Apologies in advance for my nasally voice. I've had some pretty bad allergies over the last couple of days, and it just hasn't cleared up yet. Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today we're going to look at 3 stories that demonstrate that. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please ask the like button for a bite of their sandwich, and when they say yes, proceed to pack the biggest bite possible into your mouth. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. People who live on Andover Street on Detroit, Michigan's east side will be the first to tell you that the area is known for constant drug activity. On Thursday, November 9th, 2017, 2 Detroit Special Operations police officers began an operation known as a push-off on Andover Street. A push-off is when undercover cops pretend to be drug dealers, and then when customers come up to them and try to buy drugs, they arrest them and seize their vehicles. These particular officers that would be doing this push-off had been undercover for some time in the area, and so they had a local drug house they used for these types of operations. At some point that day, 2 potential customers came up to the fake drug house. They knocked on the door, and the undercover police officers opened up. They invited them inside, and then once these customers were inside sitting down, they asked the undercover cops if they could buy some drugs. And as soon as the cops heard this, they whipped out their badges, they drew their guns, and they ordered them on the ground. But these potential customers, they didn't get on the ground. Instead, they whipped out their badges and drew their guns, and they said, "No, you get on the ground." Because it would turn out these customers were actually undercover police officers too, but they were from a different precinct, and so neither groups had any idea about the other. They had no clue that they were both undercover at the same time. Both sets of undercover cops were so surprised by what was happening that instead of firing shots at each other, they just stayed in this really tense standoff, like that famous scene from The Office where they're all pointing guns at each other and they're trying to figure out who the double agent is. And so the police are doing that, periodically hurling insults and threats at the other side in an attempt to get them to stand down. But when neither side stood down, they all just eventually lowered their guns and then proceeded to beat the living crap out of each other. After the dust finally settled and all the haymakers had stopped, the 2 groups of police realized their mistake and apologized to each other. Luckily, none of the officers were badly hurt from this mix-up. However, 2 officers did have to go to the hospital, but for very minor injuries. One had a black eye and the other had a split lip. While Detroit's own chief of police and the media and the public at large have all come out and said this snafu was a total embarrassment, others have said the officers involved might deserve a little bit of credit. Because after all, their job was to be undercover, and apparently they were so good at being undercover that they didn't even know the other group was undercover too, and vice versa. So perhaps they were just too good at their jobs. You be the judge. The following story was pulled from a 1997 article in the British Medical Journal. The article was written by the psychiatrist who treated the patient, who will be the focal point of this story. The only reason I bring this up is because this story truly sounds made up, and it's not. One night in the winter of 1984, a healthy middle-aged woman, who we'll call Brenda for this story, was at her home in London reading a book when she suddenly heard a voice in her head. It said,
"Please don't be afraid. I know this must be shocking for you to hear me speaking to you like this, but this was the easiest way I could think of. My friend and I, we used to work at the Children's Hospital, and we would like to help you."
Brenda couldn't believe what was happening. She had never heard voices in her head before, and this voice that was speaking to her, it was so clear, and it did not sound like any voice she had heard before. And so at first, Brenda just sat on the couch and didn't do anything and just waited, hoping that maybe she was just imagining this. But the voice in her head seemed to pick up on her reaction and said,
"Brenda, this is not a hallucination. We're real and we want to help you."
Brenda did not believe it was real. She believed she had just lost her mind. And so for the rest of the night, she just completely ignored the voice in her head. And first thing the next morning, she went to her doctor's office and said, "Please help me." The doctor referred her to a psychiatrist. And so she went over to the psychiatrist's office. And after they performed an evaluation of Brenda, they said, "Look, I don't really know why you're hearing these voices. There's no clear medical explanation for why." And so Brenda was ultimately diagnosed with something called functional hallucinatory psychosis, which basically means Brenda was hallucinating, but there was no clear reason why. The psychiatrist began treating Brenda with an antipsychotic drug